Hello everybody, welcome to more Jabberwocky Eye, you might be thinking. Well, no, it's not Jabberwocky Eye. I think if I was at part 83 of the Let's Play and I was in Jabberwocky Eye, that would just be concerning. I mean, I get that I read slowly, but I don't read that slowly. Yeah, but anyway, we're reading Hasaki's route in Jabberwocky Eye, and then we're going to use that in order to read the ending for, Wonderful Everyday, the ending is called, for Jabberwocky II. Now, this is just a classic visual novel moment here. I didn't realise that this choice was significant whatsoever. I only thought the part where the choice was initially made, so basically if Yuki is prioritised or if Hasaki is prioritised here, I thought that was the only thing that changed. But no, Hasaki is totally prioritised. So the scene where Tomosane and Yuki do you-know-what together, that's not a focus because of the fact that Tomosane, what he wants to do is focus more on the plan just to get everything sorted. He doesn't want to focus on Yuki and he doesn't want to distract himself from reality. Rather, he wants to fully focus and organise himself and just think about how the hell he is going to beat Mamiya Takuji. And he doesn't really engage within... He doesn't really engage with the person that helped him get there. So, yeah, rather he engages with Hasaki more because that's totally normal, isn't it? I mean, I get that Hasaki said that she liked Tomo-ni-san, but Jesus Christ. I never expected what's going to happen in this ending. So, yeah, I mean, I did say I'd read all 8 scenes, no matter how painful they are, so, yeah, we're going to be reading the 8th scene, and then we will be able to... We will be free. This is the last H scene of... Actually, it's not the last H scene of Subarashiki Hibi related stuff, because in Tsui no Sora, I know there are quite a few H. Actually, I don't know if there are quite a few, but I know there are... Well, there's over 0, so yeah. Over 0? No, over 1. Right, yeah, let's get into this. So obviously, I'm gonna censor when the time comes. Hasaki? Oh yeah, let me just show you. Can I get it here? Oh, never mind. Oh, it's not really much of a problem. I've read it already. Hasaki?
どうしてもって言うからさ、止めきれなくて。
I couldn't stop her. She insisted.
マスター、もうやめて。
Oh, she looks
トモ
sad.
兄さん、そんなボロボロになって。
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't blame her for wanting this. I really, really don't. It must be so scary in her situation. Yeah, Master, stop it. Tomo-ni-san looks awful.
うるせえ！ハサキは黙ってろ！
Shut up. Just be quiet, Hasaki. Suddenly yelled at her. Damn it, I knew this would happen. That's why I didn't want her here. Dude, you're literally going to be fucking her in 10 minutes. What do you mean? But okay, in the context of this moment, sure.
あら、そんなこと言っていいの？
Yeah, I like that. Oh, is that really what you want to say to her?
うるさいじゃないよ。
I'm not going to shut up.
うるさいじゃないよ。私がどんな思いで。
I'm not going to shut up. Do you understand how I feel seeing...
わかってる。
I understand. Oh my god, yeah. Isn't it funny to think about the fact that she doesn't even need to finish that sentence, and yet at the same time we perfectly know what she's talking about?
分かってないよ。分かってないからそんなこと言うんだ。トモ兄さんは。
違う！わかってないからじゃない。わかってるから言うんだ。
He does. He's totally been through the same experience that Hasaki has been through in a weird way. Seeing Yuki just like a shell, like somebody that doesn't even exist, just standing there motionless, and a mockery, completely deluded and out of touch with reality, mockery of the Yuki that he knew and, let's be honest, loved. So, there we are.
トモ兄さん。
俺はお前に一言伝えるためだけに帰ってきた。
I only came back because there was one thing I needed
この
to
一
tell you.
言だけ伝えれば、あとは問題ない。
Actually, you know what? I've read this before, so I'm not going to read the dialogue.
だからそういうのが分かってないんだよ。一言なんかいらない。私はもっとたくさんの時間、できる限り長い時間とも兄さんと話していたい。なのにとも兄さんはいつでも自分で勝手に納得して、自分で勝手に決めて。
ああ、そうだ。葉崎の言う通りだ。俺はいつでも勝手に納得して勝手に決めていた。
ならなんで一言だけなんて言えるの？一言なんかじゃ足りない。
This one thing is going to be the thing that allows them to be able to
私は
possibly talk
まだ
together
たく
though.
さんとも兄さんと話したい。もっといっぱい言葉を交わしたい。
葉崎、それがいくつなら満足なんだ。その言葉が一つじゃ足りないなら、いくつならお前は満足するんだ。
そんなの知らないよ。私はただもっとたくさん、もっとたくさんとも兄さんと話したい。ただそれだけだよ。
俺もだ。俺も葉崎と話がしたい。一言なんてじゃない。いくらでも話をしたい。だから俺は今夜は一言だけをお前に伝えるためにお前に会いに来たんだ。
それって
俺は消えない。俺は間宮拓司に勝って、そしてこれからお前を守り続ける。
お兄さん。
葉崎を守るのはユキでも、そしてマスターでもない。お前を守るのは俺だ。葉崎、俺は帰ってくる。必ず帰る。だから安心しろ。
お兄さん。
Speed.
この鎌を倒してそして俺は間宮拓司を倒す。
I don't even disagree. He will beat him. That's the thing. I mean, this is not just him being really confident just because of the fact that he's an idiot. He will genuinely beat him.
この鎌ってあんた師範代に大層な口の利き方ね。しかもそんなボロボロなくせに。
マスターすみません。今のは口が過ぎました。でも俺はあんたを倒す。
足ガクガク震えてるのに。
武者震い。
あんたキャラ変わってるわよ。
俺いっぱいいっぱいなんでクール系とかやってるわけにもいかないんですよ。いっぱいいっぱいならそれらしくしないと。師範代、道場主にはかなわなかったんですよね。うちのじいさん。
そりゃあんなのに勝てるわけないわよ。戦国時代から続くこの古武術はほんの数百種類の基本技しかない。それの組み合わせが数万という数になる。でもあの人はそういう問題じゃなかった。動物的感というか、まああの道場は宗教的なもの。歴代が 霊能力者のような力を持っていた。
その血、多分俺はそれを感じてるんだと思います。さあ、整いました。これから俺の番です。
あんたの番？
夢を扱うこと、その意味、この現実の世界で師範代の目の前に立って認識しました。
とも兄さん。
あら？
この攻撃は絶対に
少し手加減。
What an indication of victory.
やった
とも兄さん、もうこんな傷だらけで。
すげえ、勝ったんだ。
私の失敗も。
痛くない？
痛くないと言えば嘘になる。
Yeah, no. This is gonna be interesting now.
あざだらけだよ。
そりゃあの人と戦ったんだから当たり前だ。
なんでこんな無茶を。本当にとも兄さんは。
だから言ってるだろ、お前を守るためだって。
でも
これから一緒にいるためだ。
これから一緒？
ああ、そうだ。
とも兄さん、どこにも行かないの？
ああ、そうだ。どこにも行かない。だからいくらでも言葉を
It's
交
a
わ
really
せる。
sweet scene, this.
本当に？
ああ、そうだ。
でも、と とも兄さんはそうやって何度も嘘ついてきた。
そうかもな。
だから本当はガムテープでぐるぐる巻きにしてどこにも行けないようにしたい。
それも手かもな。
でもとも兄さんを信じる。私
If I didn't know what would happen, sorry. No, I mean I believe in Tomo-san. I'm like Hasaki. I really, really do. I wish the best for him.
何度も裏切られてるけど私はとも兄さんを信じる。
なんでだよ。こんなダメな兄を。
だってとも兄さんは私のヒーローだから。
Oh, that reference. Oh, that hits. And that hits even more.
そうだよ。ヒーロ
The
ーは
fact
救
that he
世主よ
completely
り強いん
forgot.
だよ。
なんだよそれ。でたらめな理屈だな。
Yes, it does.
でもそうなんだもん。
ああ、そうだ。俺はあいつより強い。絶対に負けない。
とも兄さん
Yeah, no. So this is where the scene differs. Yeah, because obviously beforehand, he doesn't get as close and as intimate with Hasaki. Let me just get a direct comparison of how this varies. Hang on a sec, I'm just... What? Oh, that's what I did. Right, yeah, let me just see, I'm kind of curious. Episode
Hello,
70
everybody.
it should be. Kimura. Nah, it'll be 71. Right. Good story. I love this part of the story so much. Oh, okay, so this is kind of like an extension from Hasaki. So none of this happened, it just went on to the next day in Yuki's route.
Hasaki。
ごめんなさい。つい
ついてお前。
だからごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Yeah, God, just a bit embarrassing. I think it's really quite sweet what she's done. I mean, obviously it's very embarrassing, but she's just done this because she really, really cares about Tomo-san, and this is just a... I suppose it's just a kiss just to show how much she's satisfied about the fact that he's alive and he's well, and that he has said such a sweet and powerful message towards her. Hmm?
はさき。
ごめん。でも別に戯れとかじゃないから。戯れじゃないとかそっちの方がまずいのか。
Oh, really? Well, actually, I mean it. I don't know. I really think it changes whether it was a joke or not.
でもずっとだから。私にはお兄さんだけだったから。
I was just thinking about this in, well, just over the course of the day. I think it does really make sense for Tomo-ni-san and Hasaki to be lovers, really. And it's just funny to think about the fact that, obviously because of the fact that they are related, they really do have the best bond for a lover to be. Well, they have the best bond that a lover, well, that a couple of lovers could have. It's just obviously the thing is they are related, so that makes it a little bit awkward. But it is just quite funny to think about the fact that these people, they really could have the potential to have a romantic relationship if they wanted to, just because of how closely they know and care about each other. But like I said, it's awkward because they are related. So I do wonder how that's going to be discussed. And I just wonder how all of this is going to turn into you know what.
そりゃ兄だから。
Oh god. This is where the sanity ends.
そうやって都合のいい時だけお兄さんで都合が悪くなる途端に。
はさき。
でもそれは私も同じだった。ずっと一緒にいられるって意味じゃ兄弟であることに感謝した。それ以上の関係になっちゃダメだってことじゃ。兄弟でなければ思ってた。
I was glad we were brother and sister since it meant we could be together forever. But I didn't want to be brother and sister if it meant that we couldn't be any more than that.
はさき。
だから私も都合がいい時だけ心の中で使い分けてたのかも。ごめん。
So I did the same thing in my mind. Oh, I wanted to be siblings when it was convenient for me. Sorry. It's totally reasonable. I mean, she wants to be siblings just so that they can, or she can have the feeling that they will be together forever and there is no possible thing that will make their relationship become threatened. It's totally reasonable. She shouldn't feel bad about what she feels whatsoever. Tears roll down her cheek and drip onto my face. Why is she crying? Why is she? It's because she cares about you.
Hasaki.
Hasaki. Oh yeah, that's nice. I brought my hand to Hasaki's tear-stricken cheek. It was very warm and soft.
お兄さん、私
More tears poured from her eyes. Hasaki's tears fell in drops on my face, one after another.
本当にお兄さんが勇気って名字の人で
Tomo-ni-san, I wish you really were a complete stranger. Someone with the surname Yuki.
それじゃあ今みたいな生活はできないぞ。
だから昨日まで間宮で今日から結城。それだったら私は
The girl I wanted to protect. I live my life thinking only of her. Yeah. Yuki said it too. Hasaki was always the only girl in my heart. Yeah, and isn't that interesting? The preference of over Hasaki. At the time I thought maybe she was exaggerating. But now I can say it.
ああ。俺も葉咲と同じことをずっと考えてたよ。
Yeah, I've always felt the same way, Hasaki.
兄さん
Tomo-ni-san.
バカ。だからお前を避けてたんだろ。
Oh, what an interesting alternate explanation for why Tomo-ni-san was avoiding Hasaki. I completely disagree. I mean, he was obviously always doing it for her happiness, but it's funny that you can use something like this and you can completely take it out of context in order just to strengthen how her feelings are for him.
俺はお前のことが大好きでさ。
And it's interesting how he
い
uses
つから
this
か
in order to
妹以
test
上
his
の存在に
real
心の中でなっていた。
I was always fond of you, and at some point you became more than just a little sister to me.
俺はそのことを分かっていたからお前を避けていた。
I knew that my feelings had changed, so I avoided you.
俺は俺の気持ちに気がつくのが怖くてお前を避けていた。
I was afraid of admitting how I felt, so I avoided you.
だからさ葉咲、
Please don't
泣
cry.
くことはないよ。
とも兄さん
Lives came together once again. At some point, I had even forgotten. I always held feelings for Hasaki a little more than just brotherly affection. Perhaps even from the moment I came into existence. Oh yeah, you did. This wouldn't be happening if this wasn't the case. Or maybe it would be, but I just think it's a lot less likely. Or maybe I love Hasaki long before then, before I even existed at all. That's what I think. Oh god, here we go. Dude, she hasn't even said whether she's okay with this. What the fuck? Okay, I mean, sure, these people love each other, but you really think that... I'm sorry, but I think this is a little bit too far? Maybe?
Maybe?
Okay. So fucking... Alright, there we are, that's better. Whoa, where did my audio go? Oh. That's the worst. Oh my god, I came back when the song was on loop again. That's hilarious. Actually, never mind. It's so fucking uncomfortable. I find it interesting that with Tomo-ni-san is the fact that he may have had these feelings and he may have genuinely felt like doing all of this and pushing Hasaki away because he had feelings that could potentially develop into love. But when Yuki's ending occurs, he never thinks that those feelings could potentially be an indicator of the fact that he loves Hasaki. It's just interesting how the situation totally depends on how he views said feelings. This is totally true. Yeah. It's very interesting.
バカ。だからお前を避けてたんだろう。
Hasaki's body was so small and frail. The one girl who I would always protect. Yeah, it's just really interesting how... It's really weird how a lot of the H scenes in Subarashiki Hibi, they really are just times in which... I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're reflections of reality whatsoever. People would never do this. I mean, there's so many things you need to think about before doing stuff like this. You can't just have love and as a means of confirming your love fuck someone. There's so many things you need to look into before actually doing it. So, I mean, while I think it's sweet that they do this as a means of confirming their love, firstly, they're out in public. Yeah, let's just mention that. But secondly, I think it's, if you ask me, I just think it's a little bit of an unrealistic and, if anything, I think unhealthy depiction of sex. I mean, yeah, I know, I've not seen a single fucking visual novel that has had protection in an H scene. It's just so fucked up how they will never do it. But what I'm trying to say is it's a really unrealistic depiction of it, but at the same time it does work in communicating ideas to us. So, yes, okay, I suppose. Not really though, it's fucking incest, man. Well, I mean, it's not societally acceptable, but then again, I mean, they both genuinely feel it, and to be honest, it is basically as if they are girlfriend and boyfriend. The only thing is they're related, so it's, but they have the same feelings as lovers, even though they're related.
何に対して
Tell me, what are you talking about when she says, do you want to?
いや
Oh
その
god.
いろいろと
Well, you know. Who gets to decide? That is actually a good point. Who gets to decide whether one person is allowed to love another person? God? But I've never believed in God. God can eat shit for all I care. If some capricious God decides to punish us for this after standing by and idly watching all the calamities in the world. Oh, yeah, that is a good point. Then I would kick his ass. Oh my god, that makes the best quote. Restrictions on love are bullshit. Yeah, he says as he's just about to fuck his sister. But to be fair, he does have a really good point. There are no rules for falling in love. Well, he does have a good point until you realise that society does... I mean, for the two lovers, if they feel like going against society, sure, there are no rules for falling in love, but the only thing is, I mean, things like these, even though there may be no rules, you've got to be careful on the societal effect something like this would have. Because if people realise that they've done incest, they would be looked down upon severely. But then again, what's more important, other people or these people? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm justifying this, but it's true though. It is. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I'm just kind of viewing this with a prejudice because I think it's creepy. And I kind of have a bias as a result of that. As proof of my love. Yeah, so that I wouldn't disappear. So that we could fortify our bonds. Hasaki
この
said.
まま最後まで
Please go all the way. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Tomo-sane, remember the fact that he's in public challenge. Impossible. Failed at second 0. No, let's just say 1 times 10 to the minus 100 seconds. No, let's say 1 times 10 to the minus 100 picoseconds. There we are. That's better. When oh god, I'm not reading this out loud now.
Tomo兄さん考えてることが顔に出すぎ
Tomo-san, your thoughts are written all over your...
お前も人の表情見すぎだ。
Someone's a bit embarrassed. Audio's going off. Lamau. Oh. Oh god. Go ahead. Like I mean a lot of things in a context like this. Go ahead and do what? Go ahead and die! Nah. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, how old is Hasaki? I mean, okay, so I get the Subarashiki said that all characters are 18 plus, but I'm sorry, with something like that, how the fuck am I meant to believe that she is over 18? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, jeez. What even is the age gap between these two people? I always thought that they were really similarly aged. Maybe they're not, though. I'm imagining Tomosane. Tomosane is in the 3rd year of high school, so he's around our age anyway. Well, 18. Wait, no, let me just check. Oh yeah, type that fully. Japanese school grades by age. High school. Oh fuck's sake. Yeah, 15 to 18. Yes, I mean I'm gonna be 18 in mid-September, so yeah, I'm basically the same age. Unbelievable. God, it's June now. Well, at least in 2 days. That's about what I expected. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Yeah, someone will here, seriously. Who cares if they hear? Okay, somebody's just kind of turned into a cat. Yes, it will be a problem. Oh my god, Hasaki is totally being deceived by Tomosane. Tomosane is saying that these two being heard about them fucking is not going to be a problem. Yeah, sure thing, man. I mean, to be fair, the master really, really loves him. I'm sure he'll understand to a certain extent, but it's still not something you want to risk. You don't want to tempt fate with something like that. Oh my fucking god, what a disgusting CG. What? just sounded like... Wait, I'll show you how funny this sounds. I don't know why it's just... Oh my god, I want to kill myself. I mean, okay, I've seen some degenerative H scenes in Subarashiki, i.e. Kiyokawa scenes. But this is just on another level. We became one under the great blue sky. Beautiful photo, by the way, can I just mention? Really beautiful. We didn't have a long time together, but it was the first moment that we had become more than just... Yeah, fair enough. Under the sky, Hasaki and I became one. Wait, okay. I just had to trim a little bit of that because I don't know if the Futanari Ayana photo might have shown, and I just don't want to risk it potentially having been shown without my knowledge. So yeah. Oh god, that scene was sad. Wait, we've read everything? Seriously? There's not a changed ending? Oh, for fuck's sake, can I not skip these credits? Oh, I can, good. Yeah, it's not like Toho. Can I just mention that theme there, it really feels like something that should be in Umineko. Okay, if I'm going to be honest, I don't care if this is the same or not. I just want to reread it because this is... Oh, this scene is so beautiful. I just want to re-experience it, to be honest. Oh, the fact that he forgets this, that's so
も
awful.
う夏なんだね。すっかり夏なんだよ。学校もそろそろ夏休みだし。私、
Me too. I know where
私
they
は
go, so
お
I
兄
know.
さんとどっか行けたらいいなって思って。
夏か。
ずっとどこにも行かなかったから、今年の夏はどっか行きたい。
Yeah, that makes sense.
今年の夏はとも兄さんとまた仲良くなれたから。だから夏休み一緒にあの村に帰ろうよ。
あの村？
そうだよ、あの村だよ。
Oh, sick.
兄さんと一緒に過ごした。
Their relationship that is inseparable, I mean, as they said, the relationship that is so strong that it's as if these two people are the same and they have merged together. Well, like, physically. But you get what I mean. Yeah. This was the basis of the relationship. And yet the one Yisan, he can't remember a single bit of it. He can't remember any of the most precious memories that totally defined Hasaki forever. That's right, our town, where you and I were together before. Yeah.
あの
That. Oh, wow! That's interesting. Wow.
なんで忘れてたんだろう。
And he remembers.
そうか。一緒に過ごしたな。
I'm probably impressed that he remembered.
またあの村に行こうよ。
But it is interesting, he doesn't naturally have these memories, but when somebody encourages his brain to recall a certain topic that has obviously been concealed away, he can. It reminds me of things you see in school. I mean, there's a good example, whenever you learn keywords for something, you can't remember what the keyword is, but then when you look at the keyword just in, well no actually, you know what a word means, but you can't fully remember the keyword. But at the same time, if you read the keyword, and if you prompt your brain to see what that keyword is, and if you remember the definition, then you can just see the keyword and you can remember what it says. But you can't instinctively do it, you have to look at it, and you have to read it, and you have to read that word in order to remember it, and then if you remember the meaning associated with it, you can then recall that. That's obviously in a really new stage of learning a word. You can't recall it in your head, but you can if prompted by something else. It's kind of what it reminds me of with this idea here. Oh my god, I never thought I'd analyse this with studying.
Natsu Yasumi. そうだな。夏休みか。
Yeah. Hmm. Yes, that's it. That's interesting. I liked how that changed. Right, so now we are going to be looking into how everything changes in Jabberwocky 2. Wait, what? Oh, right, I didn't realise I saved there.
ここでお別れなんだから。
So, yeah, obviously we see Tomo-san and Yuki in the most honest and real... Well, no, I suppose it's the most... It's the part in which Tomo-san has been the most able to seek true honesty about what is going on and who he truly is and who Yuki is. Yeah, so let me just get a little bit of background info. Yeah, so obviously PTSD, how he became Mamiya Takuji. This is interesting. It just totally serves as a metric to show how much he's changed. This was amazing. I love this story. Oh, you are not a weak person. No way. The fact that you were actually having this interaction with Yuki, it really shows. Well, to be fair, it shows the strength of Tomo-san. It really does. I like that, I really do. This is unusual though. Yeah, good for you, Yuki. I totally agree. But the thing is, she is the destroyer of the creator. Then that means Tomo-san, it's as if he has become the harmonizer. He is the person who can harmonize a stable and sane existence where he could potentially recover from his DID and have a lack of problems about multiple personalities. Or at least that's a very idealistic way of thinking. Whether it will actually happen or not is another story. I don't know how any schizophrenic related things work, but I don't see how somebody with a mind as insane as Takuji, when his personality is defeated. Well actually, Takuji has an insane mind. Even if his personality was destroyed, I don't see how someone with a mind that has potential to go as insane as Takuji's did can live a good life. It just feels very odd for me. So just for a comparison, in the other ending, Yuki, they grip hands, and Yuki reminds Tomo-sane that they are unified in terms of the sides that they are on. Yuki is always on his side, and he will always be supported by her. And she will be waiting. She will be. She will be waiting in the world, the supernatural world of dreams, where she is a ghost, and it's as if the ghosts possess their spirits and they can actually live. It's a very sweet and unusual ending. But what's going to happen now? Now that we're not really denying supernatural, but we're not embracing it as much as we did in the other ending. This is our farewell. Farewell?
そうだよ。お別れだ。私が歩けるのはここまでだ。
That's right. Farewell. This is as far as I can go.
この空の下で、友実とは
That's interesting.
もうお別れだ。
After this sky. Sorry, under this sky. This is as far as I can walk beside you.
長い長い空の下、ここまで一緒に歩いてきたけど、もうおしまい。
Under this great, great sky, we walked this far together, but now it's over.
ここから先、あんたのそばを歩くのは私じゃない。
Yeah, totally. Now I can see why she says this.
友実と一緒の道を歩くのは私じゃない。
I'm not the one who will walk. I just think it's so cruel. So I think what's going to happen in this ending is Tomo-sane is going to live, and he's going to go to the path of sanity. But the only thing is, as a result of that, it's odd. This Yuki is a product of his insanity, but at the same time, she is someone who is absolutely lovely, and she really, really is kind. But the only thing is, it's wrong for her to exist, because it's wrong for Tomo-sane to be insane. And it just feels so brutal that by embracing reality and getting your DID sorted, it's as if you're killing someone. You're killing the Yuki that existed within your head. It's interesting. It feels so wrong and yet so right. Does she have a choice to be sacrificed here? No, not really.
さあ、行けよ、ヒーロー。
I feel so bad for her. I really, really do. Now go here.
私のヒーロー。 そして、
Just feel so sad hearing her upset.
はさきちゃんのスーパーヒーロー。
Hasaki-chan. I love that this is such such a complicated and beautiful story, and yet she just sounds like she's saying something for some sort of shitty kids book here. But what's gonna happen here? Ooh.
獲物。
Just now.
はさきちゃんが信じ、私が信じた友実。
The one who completely accepts reality as well. And unlike Mamiya Takuji, can I just mention, who embraces delusions, which the other Tomo-sane in the ending that we read yesterday did as well. The other Tomo-sane that Hasaki-chan always believed in. The one that I always believed
勝つんだろ、
You'll win. Well, we don't know that for a fact.
運命に。
It's your destiny. Shit, here we go. Nii-san!
Hasaki!
So what's going on here? Hasaki? I thought that he wasn't going to jump off the rooftop. I'm surprised. Hasaki had taken hold of my leg just as I jumped from the rooftop. Hasaki's weak body was being slowly pulled over the... What?
Hasaki! 手を離せ!
Hasaki, let go. Huh?
バカか! お前! 今すぐ手を離せ!
Are you stupid? Let go right now. Hasaki's face turned pale.
今の声
Oh, you sound like...
早くしろ! このままだとお前まで落ちる! 手を離せ!
I just want to fully confirm that this is different because I don't know if it's different. Oh, okay, yeah, it's different. Yeah. And actually... Wait, shit. I just want to... Right, I'm going to close my eyes just so that I don't look at any of the dialogue. Right, it should tell us, just give us a confirmation that everything's different. It should be, I think it definitely is. Yeah, okay, yeah.
早くしろ! このままだとお前まで落ちる! 手を離せ!
トム兄さん生きてたんだ消えてなかったんだ私
Oh god, this still happened.
よかったあの時もうトム兄さん消えちゃったと思ったから私
分かった! そんなことより離せ! 手を!
She's still gonna do it, even if it means her life being risked. But then again, I mean, they have connected as one. Their lives will always... She cannot live without him. Like she was saying about the doll, it's a half of her existence in a way. Big tears welled up in Hasaki's eyes. Oh, Hasaki tried to say something through her tears, but it wouldn't come out. She cried as her strength slowly began to fail her. Her body was pulled over the edge. Nevertheless, she didn't loosen her grip on my leg at all. She did the complete opposite. Her hands took a stronger hold on my body so that she would not lose me.
何やってるんだ! Hasaki!
What are you doing, Hasaki?
嫌だよ
Alright. She raised her head and looked me in the eyes. I thought she was despairing for me, but when she looked up, I saw a smile on her tear-stained face. What are you saying?
嫌だよって言ったんだよ私
I said I won't let you go.
バカか! このままじゃお前まで!
What is that? Are you dumb? At this rate, you'll fall too.
そんなの関係ない
Doesn't matter.
関係ないわけないだろ! 俺はお前を守るために!
It does matter. I'm here to protect you.
そんなの知らないよ
I don't care about that. I don't care.
Hasaki!
Hasaki. Yeah. No, totally. It just shows the true extent of how passionate she is. I had never seen Hasaki raise her voice like that before. She never let her emotions show like this. She never expressed her own will like this before.
し、私は守られるだけの私じゃない。私はとも兄さんが好きなの。
I'm not just someone to be protected. I love you, Tomo-ni-san.
とも兄さんが死んだと思って悲しかった。
Yeah.
もうどうでもいいと思った。
I was so sad because I thought you died. I thought there was no reason to keep living.
だから本当は拓司兄さんなんて助けたいなんて思わなかった。
Oh, yeah.
とも兄さんを殺した人だから。でも拓司兄さんはその姿はとも兄さんだったから。私は助けたいと思った。そうだよ。なんで
That's it, but why?
なんで私がとも兄さんを助けちゃいけないの？
Yeah.
なんで私だけ守られてなきゃいけないの？
Why can't I save you, Tomo-ni-san? Why am I just here to be protected?
とも兄さんが生きてるなら、とも兄さんがそこにいるな
Yeah.
ら、私絶対にこの手を離さない。
Oh, just look at the strength that she has, and just look at the amount she believes in a better tomorrow, really. She will never ever let go for the possibility of having a life that she can live with Tomo-ni-san. It is either a complete win or a complete defeat in situations like these. Totally.
絶対に死んだって離さない。
バカ野郎。なんでお前が俺を助けちゃいけないかなんて当たり前の答えだろう。
Isn't it interesting that she doesn't like the fact that she wants to be protected constantly? She wants to be the person who can save him as well. A two-way relationship. It's obvious why you can't save
俺
him.
がお前を守るからだ。
I'm here to protect you.
俺はお前を守るためだけのヒーローだからだろう。
I'm the hero. I'm only here to protect you. Shit, what's going on? It felt like I was floating. It was as if the air had suddenly grown colder. Sand and dust floated in the blue sky, dancing in the moonlight. I felt myself transported from solid ground to a world of vertical descent. I'm surprised. I thought that Tomo-ni-san was going to be able to be pulled up again, rather than completely falling downwards. God, this is such a powerful scene. I really like it. But I think it's just sick to think about the fact that Hasaki, if anything, it's just kind of ironic that what Tomo-ni-san was saying was actually really quite true. I mean, Hasaki is not the person who protects. That is not her role. Her role is the one who needs to be protected. And it's just as if these roles are the ones that have been bound by them, and they can never ever be broken, as seen in the fact that she will die if she tries to. She will die if she tries to break the rules that define these people. But the thing is, I mean, I don't blame her. She is doing this for the possibility of a wonderful everyday with everyone else. I wonder if she lets go in this ending. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I think it's unlikely though. I don't see why she'd have so much of an attachment towards Tomo-ni-san if she didn't. I felt myself transported from solid ground to a world of vertical descent. Hasaki and I were sucked down. I saw a silhouette. Actually, I've already read this, so I'm not going to narrate it. Isn't it just so cool that no matter what happens, there is no happy outcome to anything like this?
ソくらいだ。
Oh, this is such a cool moment. Oh, he tries until, well, if anything, I think it's horrible because he tries until he realizes the magnitude of the opponent he is going up against. Fate, nature, physics. Oh, I love this dialogue so much. And we just talk about somebody who's really, really overconfident. And if anything, I suppose he dies with the mindset of a hero, whereas in reality he's totally powerless. Instead of completely lamenting your powerlessness, you just totally... Well, you use the power of the mind in order to totally reason why you're better than everything that you couldn't possibly overpower.
Hasaki!
お兄さん。
I just find it so interesting that he has the constant mindset of the fact that he knows this situation is unavoidable. He is up against an unimaginably powerful foe. He has no chance of beating it, because to beat it would be to defy the laws of the universe and what is known. The laws of what makes up what is in your head. But he's still so courageously thinking, and he's never despairing, and he is dying like the true hero he should have been. Yeah, he's still. Yeah. There we go. Hmm.
なんだよ、てめえ。俺を嘲笑ってたんじゃないのか。
Isn't it interesting?
俺を見て泣いてたのかよ。
Hmm. The silence was unbroken. And I thought to myself about how bad it was. In my life, up until that moment, I've never experienced such a profound silence. Yeah. Tomo-san. What the fuck is something like this even possible? What? Is this a flashback?
Hasaki.
トモ兄さん
無事だったのか。
トモ兄さんが私を守ってくれたからだから私
So it looks like we're going to see some sort of other supernatural plot twist, which I didn't really expect.
破ってばかりだったからな。やっとこれで約束を果たせた。
ありがとうトモ兄さん
じゃあこれでやっと終わりなのか。
嘘つき
嘘つき。
また約束破る気なの
約束。
そうだよ約束した今年の夏はあの村に帰ろうって
あの村。
そうだよ沢井村また二人で行くんだよそしてまた二人で登るんだよあの坂道ひまわりが咲いたあの坂道を二人で
あの坂道。
そうだよ小さな私が越えられなかったあの坂道そしてお父さんが死んだあの日トモ兄さんが私を見つけてくれたあの坂の上
坂の上。
Is he gonna remember?
それヒーローがする約束じゃないな。
interesting.
だけど約束は約束だよ
Isn't it interesting, that fade? It's very unusual. I wonder how this is going to continue. Subarashiki Hibi. Obviously we have... Oh, that's interesting. Wonder what the references we're going to see to that certain quote are. So I'm actually surprised. I thought that because of the fact that it was going to be the wonderful everyday, I thought that it was a possibility that these people were going to be able to be saved, and maybe Takuji would have never jumped off of the building. It kind of surprises me that that's not the case. Right, okay guys, I'm back. So, if I'm going to be honest, I'm doing complete DJ hours at the moment. Look at this. Yeah. So, basically, I'm not going to be able to talk very loud, but at the same time I do want to just experience this ending for today, obviously before tomorrow, just so that next session I can just focus on Tsunosora 2. Right, here we go. I wonder what this is going to be about. I'm really curious. So I don't think I'm going to read the dialogue out loud, just because of the fact that I'm doing DJ hours. Yeah, good. Isn't it interesting to think about the fact that Tomo-san says it's not a promise a hero should make? He is referring to a normal life. A normal life where a brother and sister can have fun and do activities that a brother and sister would normally do. That's it. That's all she asks for. Hasaki doesn't ask for much, but the most important thing can't be granted to her. And it's just sick. It really is just sick how hard her life is. I think all of this conversation is completely in Tomo-sana's head. Can I just mention that? I'd like to think that's not the case, but it's just impossible. The end of summer. Even at the end of summer. I just think it's so funny. Skaji's obsession with Kimuro Nimbai. I've got to look at what they look like. Yeah, I thought I'd seen these clouds before. This is what they look like. It's quite nice. Yeah, that sounds typical. Right. Interesting that this ending is titled Wonderful Every Day, and yet at the same time we're seeing people like Kotomi. Really surprising.
Takuji.
Oh my god, we're going to hear Kotomi talk. Wow, this is going to be weird. I wonder what Tomo-san is going to say to her.
Oh
yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what happens if what Kotomi is going to think about the fact that the person that she thinks is her beloved Takuji, after obviously the Takuji before died. I wonder what she's going to realise when she has a complete attack of reality.
Tomo-san.
Do not disturb mode on my phone is a fucking saviour. Right.
そうだ。あんたとヒロの息子の友実だ。拓司は死んだよ。
拓司が死んだ。
そうだよ。覚えてるだろ。
Oh my god.
拓司は死んだ。
Jesus Christ, that's fucking hell.
相変わらずだな。
全然相変わらずなんかじゃないよ。
Yeah, no, so I do find it very interesting that this, rather than, unlike all of the other endings we've seen thus far, it feels like it's very similar to the Hill of Sunflowers ending, just in the fact that something like this couldn't possibly happen. But I feel this is another dream. All of it. It's not an echo of reality whatsoever. Yeah, but I just find it really interesting that even though it's a dream, things like these, they feel very, very real. Yeah, but cool. And isn't it interesting just to see how damaged she possibly is? I really do wonder what finally caused her to have something as awful as this happen to her. And I do wonder if it's some sort of trauma-induced event from the White Lotus Association. God, that's so brutal. I mean, I'm sorry, but something like this is just disturbing. It really is. Yeah, I mean, God, could you imagine being as... Oh, I don't know, just as... Well, as disconnected with the world as she is, and just seeing something like that, it must be so disturbing. I mean, obviously Tomo-san hates Kotomi. This is the person that ruined his life, but at the same time, it's just insane. It really is. It's not true at all.
そうなのか。
Really?
うん。去年の7月20日過ぎたあたりからだんだん普通になってきたよ。
And
そうやって他人と会話できること自体が奇跡みたいなもんなんだから。
That's even more disturbing now. The fact that something like that, a conversation even like that, is a miracle. Jesus Christ. Isn't that interesting?
そうか。
うん。でもこういう時期が一番危ないからね。よく見ておいてあげないと。
Yeah, and isn't it interesting to think about the fact that no matter what has happened in Hasaki's life, she is still being a really, really kind person, and she sees someone vulnerable. She doesn't just say fuck you, she helps them.
一番危ない時期。
壁に向かって話しかけてるんなら自殺する心配がないけど、人と話せる程度に意志を持つってことは何かをしようとする意志を持てるってことだから。
I can see that.
意志が持てる。つまり自殺することも可能だってことか。
Well, no, it doesn't surprise me if she would. Especially because of the fact that, let's be honest, her belief now, she's living in the worst time possible because her belief and everything she stood for. And, I mean, you could just see by the relationship between Kotomi and Hasaki and Tomo-san. I mean, it is absolutely diabolical. She has based her entire life on this prophecy and it's never happened. And Takuji, the one that she loves and the one that her deluded prophecies made her love the most, well, he's dead. There is every single possibility of her committing suicide. Hasaki needs to be careful. I see what she means.
そういうこと。だからこれからは間宮の家に連れて行ってちゃんと面倒見てあげないと。お母さん。
はさき。
ん？何？
俺はさ、 俺はこの女のことを殺したいぐらい嫌いだ。
That's the
全ては
worst thing.
こいつのせいで
That's
起き
true.
た悲劇だ。
まあそうかもしれないね。
むしろ俺なんかよりもお前の方がこの女を憎んでるはずだ。
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
なぜこいつを看病するんだ。
I mean, I suppose that's just because of the fact that Tomosane, he was always going to have the upper hand with that situation with Takuji, but the thing is, Hasaki, her life was so risked because of the deeds that Kotomi had done.
お母さんだからね。
Yeah, and isn't that interesting? She may be the most deluded and most awful scum of the earth, but at the same time, just because of the fact that she is Hasaki's mother, Hasaki wants to take care of her. It's so oddly noble. It really is.
お前がそう思っていても、
Yeah.
こいつはお前を捨てた。
Yeah, totally. She treated you as if you are a parasite, or if you're just somebody that never should be there.
それはさ、とも兄さんがお母さんを知らないからだよ。
What? You just didn't know her, Tomo-ni-san.
お母さんを知らない？
You're telling me there's something different. What?
お母さん、お父さんを愛してなかったから不倫して私たちを産んだんじゃないんだよ。
I mean, yeah, okay, definitely that makes sense, but why would you not separate? Hmm.
あのな、ハサキ、優しさもそこまでになると。
To be fair, that is a good point, but at the same time, Tomo-sane at the moment may be using his grudges to totally make him have a lack of interest in hearing a true perspective of Kotomi.
それは本当のことだよ。考え方の問題とかじゃなくて、それが事実なんだよ。
事実？
お母さんはお父さんを愛してたし、拓司兄さん、
What?
とも
You're
兄
just
さん、
saying they're totally
そして
different.
私を
What?
ちゃんと愛してたんだよ。
How?
そんなバカな話があるか？
Yeah, no. I totally agree.
お父さん、若くして死んだじゃない。
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah,
前
he
から
did.
仲くないって言われてたんだよ。
That's horrible. He died like maybe 40?
前から。
I mean, obviously we had everything regarding the checkups, but just how long back did he know?
持病がひどくてね。
Jesus Christ.
特にとも兄さんが田舎帰ってからは結構人工透析とかかすとすぐにでも死んじゃうぐらいだったんだよ。
A medic? Oh, no. Oh, shit. So the machine removes blood from your body, filters it through an artificial kidney or a dialyzer, and returns the cleaned blood to your body. Oh god, you know things are difficult when kidney problems are present. Oh god. He had a really bad chronic condition, especially after you went back to the village. He constantly needed dialysis, or else he was at risk of fucking hell. That's rough.
父さんはガンで。
But he had cancer.
それもそうなんだけど、
God, that's rough.
どっちにしろあまり長くは生きられなかったんだってさ。
Cancer is just the most awful killer. It really is. I mean, I just find it surprising that there are ways to cure cancer. And yet at the same time it's still such a deadly incident. Sorry, such a deadly sickness that someone can have. I mean, like for example, radiation blasting, gamma wave radiation. Really, really high energy. Gamma radiation will just blast any tumour. But the only thing is, I mean, something like that. And that's the worst thing. I mean, it is a cure, but at the same time, by doing something like that, because it's a lot of radiation that you're exposing yourself to, it could be harmful in other ways. That's so rough.
とも兄さんは知らないと思うけど、後から病院の先生に聞いたんだよ。
Yeah, interesting that they talked.
持病がなければ全く問題なく治る程度の癌だったって。
Oh, Jesus. That's horrible.
そうだったのか。
God, isn't it interesting that when Hiro goes, obviously Kotomi and Takuji, they have the drive to go out here. Hiro would never allow it before because he's a being with a moral conscience. He really is.
お母さんはさ、あの村で迫害を受けた中で
Now that does make sense.
自分をただ一人守ってくれた人を救いたかったんだよ。
Because there was always this dynamic. If Kotomi was the person who never loved Hiro, why is it the case that their relationship begun? Their relationship begun because of the fact that she was totally saved. It just, look, what caused such a lack of love to be present? Or was there a lack of love now that we're asking? And it's honestly a really quite surprising perspective change. I never thought I'd be thinking this.
ただお父さんを救いたかった。
She just wanted to save Dad.
だから宗教なんかに手を染めて、あの新興宗教の教祖にコロって騙されちゃったんだ
Oh
ね。
my god, that's interesting. That's fucking nasty. But then again, how do you necessarily know this is the truth? I mean, okay, this is something that you have theorized, but at the same time, has she actually heard this from Kotomi, or what?
白レンゲ教会。
Yeah, that new cult pastor. I mean, I remember hearing stuff just earlier in this chapter saying he was a proper womanizer, and he went with so many women. He just tried to take advantage of them. He tried to delude them, and then obviously ask them to give him favors in return. Properly horrible man. Do fucking better things with your time, seriously. Rather than ruining people's lives, it's disgusting.
うん。お母さん美人だったし、
Mm.
なんといってもさなぎ神社の巫女の血筋を引いてたからね。宗教業界だとそういう古の伝承を持つ巫女の血って単純に商品価値があるんだよ。
商品価値。
うん。教祖と陸のことを、古より伝わる秘術を伝承した巫女との間に生まれた子供。さなみの力なんて本当に存在するかどうかなんてわからないけど、そういう意味付けは欲しかった。
Mm-hmm.
宗教団体からしたら次期教祖としては申し分ないでしょ。
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
そんな理由で。
うん。でもお母さんは単
Yeah,
純に
that's interesting.
自分の力、救世主が生まれればお父さんを救うことができると思った。
No, but then again, it does totally make sense. But then again, I mean, when you are becoming the saviour, you are becoming one that returns people to the sky, returns people to where they truly belong. I don't understand how all of that equates to saving the father.
それだけじゃない。自分を迫害した村の人々とだって和解できると信じてた。
Yeah, that does make sense.
そんなバカな。
本当だよ。お母さんが一生懸命だったのはお父さんを
It's
救って、
unbelievable, it really
そして
is.
自分と駆け落ちしたせいで戻れなくなった沢井の人たちと和解するためだったんだよ。
そんなバカすぎだろ。
I find that really, really interesting.
お母さんはバカなんだよ。
Yeah,
本当に
unfortunately
純
that
粋
is
で
the case.
純粋ゆえに好きでもない男と寝て子供を設けた。
Yeah. But the only thing is she was desperate. It doesn't matter how naive you are. If you're desperate, you will not be able to have real ability to contemplate anything else. God, this is really, really well written, I think. And it's very interesting. I mean, echo spoilers, but it really reminds me of just, we only see the bad side of a person, and the person is so impossibly bad that it's very surprising to see anything good about them, i.e. Ushiromiya ever. But, yep. Yeah, Eva is definitely the Kotomi of this, of Umineko, sorry. Yeah, but no, I just find that very, very interesting. Do you know what's worse? These are all totally reasonable theories. It's sick, it really is. But I do find it interesting that having a child from the Sanagi Shrine Maiden bloodline actually bears market value. It's really unusual. Yeah, but then again, okay, so this is the next pastor of the organisation, sure. And if this child with lots of powers was the person who was going to be in charge of the organisation, obviously because of the fact that he will become the saviour, he will have a lot of interest. The organisation surely would have a lot more interest and a lot more significance. And I suppose it has political power as well, so by having a saviour, they can potentially gain more people's... Well, they can make it so that more people know about their religion, and they can probably profit of it. Well, I suppose they can profit of it if that person that is born, the saviour, strengthens the belief of the religion. Which it might. It might. Key words. Not it will, it's insane what this person has done. It is absolutely insane. It is such a selfish decision. Ah yes, at the cost of ruining a family's life. You're disgusting. Yeah, God, this is awful. And it is interesting, things like, for example, pre-established harmony, because if you think about pre-established harmony referring to the pre-established capability of making it so that Mamiya Hiro becomes well again, maybe. I just wonder why she is so disturbed. And I do wonder if the founder of the White Lotus Association has anything to do with it. Because, I mean, I'm sorry, but nobody just becomes catatonic. They have to. I'm sure they have to have. I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if they had to have a lot of trauma to actually become someone with a condition like this. That does make sense, yeah. Yeah.
世界を救う救世主を作るために。
でもそれは幸か不幸か双子だっ
And
た
then it got even worse there.
多分私が思うに、その教祖様ってお母さんを女として
It's
愛し
just
てたんだと思う。
disgusting. I think it's just so awful how there is a possibility. Now, there is a possibility. Keep in mind, this is all Hasaki's interpretation. I think it's very realistic, though. I just think it's sick because this person, I mean, Kotomi has so many things she wants to fix, so many things she wants to do things about. And obviously, she goes to the pastor for salvation. But yeah, there is a very ugly truth. And I totally agree. And I think it's sick. It's absolutely sick. Whoever this guy is, he's probably the main villain of the story, to be honest.
教祖様なんて女の人よりどりみどりだしね。だから双子が生まれたから救世主の資格を拓司兄さんが失ったなんて
So sick.
言いがかりつけて捨てたんだよ。
Totally realistic. Yeah, and do you know what I find so insane about this? It's the fact that you just have loads and loads of women, obviously you fuck them without protection, and you just... Well, okay, I'm sorry, but you have sex without protection, and then you have no sense of responsibility for the welfare of that child, and just to look after the child, to do anything regarding the child, you just want to completely forget you've had it. I mean, how awful is that? It's nuts. It's sick.
ただ飽きられたからお母さんは捨てられた。
It's interesting, this. And isn't it funny to think about the fact that she is so emotionally invested in the saving of everybody that something like this, it's never even thought about. She's properly vulnerable and she was seriously used.
でもお母さんは拓司兄さんを
Yeah.
救世主として育てようとしたし、それが可能だと信じた。私に対して確かにお母さんと拓司兄さんは冷たかったけど、
Yeah, no, I can see that.
でも私以上にお母さんたちは大変だった。だって人では成し得ないことを 真面目になそうとしてたんだから。だからね、
I see that.
お父さんが死んだ日、
Yeah.
お母さんは完全に壊れてしまったんだよ。
The only thing that doesn't really make sense is why after the incident 7 years ago, and obviously after Hiro's death, what she was trying to do is when Tomosane was completely in coma, she tries to bail him out, and then she tried to make him become the savior. Now, she doesn't care about Tomosane, she's fucking insane by this point, but at the same time, maybe you can justify all of that. Well, not justify, it's fucking immoral, but it's immoral as anything, but maybe you can find a reason for it, i.e. that reason being that because of the fact that she is somebody from the Sanami bloodline, one that has a history of controlling the dead. Maybe it's possible for her to somehow reincarnate the dead? This is the thing. Things like these, they are absolutely ridiculous. But her beliefs of being somebody with past connections to, I don't know, Shrine Maiden related stuff, yeah, they just worsen delusions. They really, really do. Because they don't equate to reality. For her. And she probably tried her hardest to get Hiro back. Actually, no, No, it totally makes sense, and that's the most sick thing. And then that answers my question of just why was it the case that Hiro was staying with Kotomi? I mean, surely you would have thought that Hasaki and Tomosane, for those two, it would have been so much worse for their mental states for Kotomi to be around them, so they should just go. But then again, I don't see why. I can see why they were sent to Sawai-Muda, and I think he did the best thing he could have.
お母さんはお父さんを救うために
Yeah, totally.
救世主である息子を産んだのに、その実を結ぶことなくお父さんは亡くなってしまったんだから。
I really do wonder if Kotomi's going to say anything. Yeah.
じゃあ、あの事件は
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well, because she believed that Hasaki was the person that was completely intervening the efforts she had to save her husband.
救世主として拓司兄さんが覚醒すれば、
Thanks,
死と生の
Pastor, for
境を越え
completely
られると
manipulating this
本
woman.
気で信じたみたい。
And also thanks to her religious background, I'm sure that didn't help whatsoever.
私を殺してもともとあった拓司兄さんの力を返すことができたら、お父さんはもちろん一度死んだ私も生き返らせることが可能だと信じた。
Yeah.
なんだそれ。
私が死んで拓司兄さんの力が戻れば、私も生き返るし、お 父さんも生き返るってことだよ。
It is really interesting that, yeah. But why are you necessarily thinking that Takuji would make it so that you would be reincarnated? I don't understand that. Hmm.
そんなデタラメ。
But it is, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
うん。でたらめだね。
But you know what, it also shows the power of manipulation. I'll bet you anything that Pastor did so much, and it's just so sick what this man has done. Just so that he can use Kotomi's body.
でもさ、私にもわかるよ。
I actually can too. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can.
お母さんってあの村でいじめられてたって言うよね。私はいじめられたりしなかったけど、家でも学校でも本当に空気みたいな存在だったから、
Yeah,
お母
that's
さんの気持
interesting.
ちわからないでもないんだよ。自分なんて必要のない人間、あってもなくてもどちらでもいいような人間、もしそんな風に考えていたら、
Yeah, I wouldn't be
そんな自
surprised.
分を世界で初めて見つけてくれる人がいたら、その人のために何だってすると思うよ。
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
必要とされなかった自分、そんな自分を愛してくれた人のためだったらどんなことだってする。
Yeah, no, that's really well put. I agree.
だって私がそうだもの。
はさき。
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
私、とも兄さんを救うためだったら何でもする。死んでとも兄さんが救われるなら死ぬし、体を怪我されるとしてもそれでとも兄さんが救われるならいくらでも体だって怪我すと思う。そういうところはやっぱり親子なんだなって思う。
Yeah, that's really interesting.
でも多分私は心が弱いから、怪我された体が必要なくなったらすぐにでも死ぬと思うけど、でもお母さんはお父さんを助けたい一心だったんだよ。ただそれだけのためにお父さんを裏切った。
Yeah, and that's the worst thing. Yeah.
バカだよね、お母さんは。
はさき。
Yeah, no, same here.
お
interesting how your perspective of someone really changes based on whether you understand them or not. Yeah. Yes, that's so well put, yeah. It's not only being a fool, but it's severe manipulation as well. I mean, what the fuck has been gained from this? An entire family has been totally ruined, and it could never continue. Why is that? Oh, just because one evil man wanted to use her for her body. That's basically all that happened. This is horrible, it really is. But it's so interesting, this additional piece of perspective. And it makes sense, all of it does. Yeah. No, but the only thing is she was manipulated so hard that her perception of reality was completely lost. And it really didn't help that she had a religious background as well, because I think that made her give false impressions about reality in general. She was so stupid. She really was a fool.
そして娘の私もまた
Yeah, and so was her daughter, me.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, God, how blunt. Yeah. It's so brutal but true, yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I love that. That's such a good place to get this quote up. Yeah. Totally.
どうしたのとも兄さん
Yeah, I suppose because rather than making it so that these people can potentially have a relationship, it was just totally dodging the problem. But then again, I mean, I think it is good because Kotomi had become so bad that there was no reasoning with her and the kids, so I think he did the right thing, if I'm going to be honest, but at the same time I think it's just really, really sad that he wasn't able to give her a bit of perspective of reality. But that's just how deluded she was and how strong her delusions were, really. And it's just interesting to think about the fact that this is how the nature of the delusions could be interpreted. Yeah. Yeah, but isn't that interesting? It does make sense. Tomo-ni-san was obviously very, very conflicted towards Takuji. So Takuji, believing that he could become the saviour, it was as if they always had predefined beliefs, and because of those beliefs that they have developed, they will always be at opposition to each other, and they make the decisions based on their beliefs. But that's the worst thing. I mean, lots of these people, they did have full faith within their decisions, and that's why things plummeted downhill so badly. Hmm.
いや、なんでもない。
Oh no, it's nothing.
なんでも。
Yeah, you can just totally see the damage that has been done. Yeah, that is a really good point. Yeah, no, totally.
"私という魂は世界に属さない。それは世界の限界である。
The subject does not belong to the world, but is a limit of the world." I like that, because that kind of says that the limit of the world is everything that their mind perceives, and their limit changes based on just what their mind perceives about the situations that are happening, and because of the fact that Kotomi's delusions were the limit of her world.
世界の意義は世界の外になければならない。世界の中では、すべてはあるようにあり、すべては起こるように起こる。
Yeah, no, I do totally see this, because it is interesting. Something like that totally makes sense. But the only thing is obviously outside of the world, if you ask me, rather than obviously it being outside of reality, it's more saying the sense of what is happening here. If you ask me, it's the sense of what is happening here can only be found with wider perspective, rather than... So you can look at someone doing something, but the sense is only found when you realise why they are doing said thing. Yeah, and I like that the delusions that she has are kind of likened to the limits of her world. And it does totally make sense, because the delusions shape just how she will progress her life. And they rule her life as well. Everything is changed. I mean, my god, they could have potentially had a good family life if it wasn't for these sick delusions.
だから世界の中には価値が存在しない。
Oh, I like that. Yeah. That's even better, because there's no value in just looking at what somebody does to you. You've actually got to think back, and you've got to understand them and why they are doing said thing, even if they are the most undesirable person. Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, fair enough. What if the other containers are smaller? Oh, it's really interesting, because that kind of likens us being things that are outside of the world.
それって何かの？
独り言だ。気にするな。なんだ。
とも兄さんとかゆきさんとか勝手に難しい言葉を一人で言って一人で納得してる。なんかそれずるい。
いや、ずるくないだろ。って大したこと言ってないし。
でも私には難しかった。
難しかったって別に大層なことじゃない。
It's just his interpretation of how and why all of this is the case.
誰でも知ってることだよ。それこそ近所の八百屋の親父でも、スーパーのレジ打ってるおばさんでも、タクシーのうんちゃんでも。
Like this.
今のとも兄さんの言葉の意味を？
Well, then again, I mean, it's a very complicated principle that can be simplified, and it may not be the case that everybody understands the philosophy, but they do understand the meaning behind the philosophy, because it's just something that they apply in their daily lives.
どういうこと？
人よ、幸福に生きろ。そういうことだ。
Yeah, fair enough.
わからないよ。
It's just 2 words though.
深く考えるな。ただ最後が命令形だってことが大事なだけだ。
Oh, isn't it interesting that he's totally unintentionally repeating Yuki's words here? Wow.
命令形？
ああ、どんな不幸だと思っても、そんなものの大半が泣き言だ。 どんな不幸だと思われる人生だって幸福に生きろ。ただそれだけだ。そして
What?
お前はそう生きているさ。だから大丈夫だ。
No, I totally agree. Hmm. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I do find that really interesting. Yeah, reasonable. That's actually really interesting. Well, yeah, the facts don't fully define the world, because in factors like death, for example, where people know nothing about them, I suppose you could think that belief is also what shapes it, because belief entirely shapes how you interpret the world. Yeah. So there's obviously the question of why did he do it? Yeah, and I just find it really interesting to think about the fact that with Tomo-Nisan, for example, there were so many injustices that have happened to him that would cause his life to be entirely ruined, and yet at the same time, live happily as the command inscribed into him. With all of the liars, injustices, fakes, leeches and filth, a lot of those commands are just really sick people just doing whatever it takes to live happily as well. Not all the time, but sometimes, so it does make sense why God would permit that. But then there is nothing that God doesn't permit though, surely. So even though he can make it so that human beings just feel as if, and like Yuki was saying, like any being would have the command to live happily. I mean, it does make sense that they would have that, but at the same time it just feels really contradictory that, no, then again I suppose it's a risk, if anything. Because you have the command for things to live happily, and yet at the same time you permit things that threaten their happiness. But we all know that the more our happiness is threatened, and then the more that we have that happiness, the more we treasure it. But the problem is it just really depends on what happens with the happiness, really. Because obviously, for example, I don't know, let's say, for example, people like Zakuro, her happiness in the end, and, well, not really happiness, but her acceptance, that was something that was totally bad for her, even if it let her reason with her trauma and her delusions. Yeah. I love this though, because let's be honest, the world is something that all of us perceive in our heads. So how our heads are depend on how we perceive the world. Let's say, for example, looking at nature. If you're someone who is really pissed off, no, actually, never mind. If you're really angry, you might actually take appreciation in nature just because of the fact that you are angry. Let's say a person, for example. If somebody upsets you, you're going to, I suppose maybe the limit of the way in which you want to perceive that person and interact with that person is changed by what they have done to you. So I suppose it's saying that, and because of the fact that your world is changed as a result of what that person has, as a result of the changed way you view that person, I suppose maybe you could say that the limit of their world has changed and influenced what can happen to them. It's a bit puzzling, it really is. Yeah, that's interesting. They are the things that set the world's limits. They aren't the limits themselves. The limits are us. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd like to think of it as a container that has a unique shape, depending on the observer, really. Well, yeah, one person's world can't be filled with another person's. It can be influenced, and the shape and what's in the container can be influenced by another person's container, though, I suppose? I don't know, I don't really understand this representation that much. This does totally make sense. I don't really understand this line, if I'm going to be honest, but maybe you could think about the fact that it's desire. You always want more no matter what happens. And what the world gives you is incapable of filling your desires and your emotions as a result of that. Yeah, God. That's relatable. Yeah, we are the limits of our world, not God. God is what's outside the world. On a whim, I decided to say something to my mother.
そう神様は言ってるぜ。
God, that must be so sad.
すべては救われてるんだからさ。俺も、ハサキも、あんたも、もちろん、タクジも父さんも。絶望に溺れるなよ。それは幸福に酔いしれるための先にしか過ぎないのだから。
Yeah, I like that. That's so well put.
「器を満たすのは酒じゃダメだろ」。 俺たちが満たさなきゃいけないものってなんだ？
Hang on, what? I was just talking to myself. How cruel. Isn't it interesting that he entirely understands Kotomi differently, and yet at the same time, he still can't get to her? But this is like what Tomo-san said. I mean, there's the sorrow of knowing that Hido is going to die. So, just getting drunk on the happiness of the fact that she may be able to prevent it, and she may be able to do something. What an interesting little perspective there. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, people should always have flaws. There shouldn't be. I mean, the wonderful everyday these people were striving for are ones where everything is perfect, and things that are fated to happen can't. But the only thing is that's part of life, and eradicating all sorrow is not possible. I left the apartment.
私このままお店行くよ。
あ、俺は家帰って寝るわ。
Where? What?
何言ってるんだよ。夜からトモ兄さんもシフト入ってるでしょ。
そうだっけ？
そうだよ。バイトサボっちゃダメだからね。
ああ、わかった。
よう少年 A 久しぶり
Hey, unidentified minor number one. It's been a lot of what? Who the fuck greets someone like that? I'm gonna get the Gimera as a big loser, but at the same time, that is such a weird way to greet someone.
裁判終わったね。おめでとう。でもさ、無罪になったとは言っても、こんな悠長に出歩いて大丈夫なの？
To be fair, he has a really good point. I just find it interesting that endings that couldn't have possibly happened like this occur. And it really, really is. It just gives me the impression of... But I don't really understand how an ending like this could have happened. I suppose it's just an alternate scenario that shows what would have happened if Tomo-sana had not died, and obviously Tomo-sana had remembered himself at the last moment, and I suppose Yuki and Tomo-sana's speech had been done before Takuji had thrown himself off the rooftop.
ネットじゃ君の顔写真から名前まで全部出てるんだぜ。
Yeah,
あの判決を不服とする義憤に駆られた人々によってさ。
そうらしいですね。
そうだよ。そんな悠長に散歩とかしてて大丈夫なのかい？
あの事件から丸1年以上経ってるが、何もないから大丈夫なんじゃないの
？I'm impressed, genuinely impressed.
いやいや、 なんかいろいろと大変とかじゃないの？
何が？別に大変なことなんてないですよ。
It's seriously surprising how that's possible.
そう？知らない人が騒いでるの怖くないの？
He doesn't care.
知らない人間に何を思われても怖くなんかないだろう。
Yeah,
知らないや
totally
つなんだ。
reasonable. I think this is so funny. But the only thing is I don't understand where his home is, if it's not obviously where Hasaki is. Maybe he's moved into somewhere. I think that's totally reasonable. Yeah.
おやおや、さすがお強い。
Yeah, totally.
義憤だかなんだか知らないが、やりたいのであれば直接やればいい。
Oh yeah. Are they going to do that though? No.
直接って君に喧嘩売って勝てる人間なんかいないだろう。
reasonable.
数人来たけど。
Oh my god.
来たの？
なんか喧嘩自慢の不良だかギャングだか暴走族だか知らないけど
Interesting.
何度か来てた。
They thought they were tough.
そうなんだ。で、どうだった？
別に今までその辺にいる連中と変わりませんでしたよ。ユキやマスター、そしてタクジほどの相手なんているわけもなし。
なんか最近の不良の喧嘩はそうみたいだね。いちいち SNS とかに自分の紹介文を上げて喧嘩買ってもらうみたいな。
Yeah, that's really low. How desperate could you be?
そういうサイトにも写真と住所が貼られているのかな。
さあ、興味ありません。
Isn't that funny? But then again, it totally makes sense. Takuji has very, very good fighting skills. He can just fight anybody off. He probably isn't even afraid.
なんだよ、相変わらずクールだね。少しぐらい動揺してくれたっていいのに。
今さら取材ですか？
取材ったら嘘になるわな。
Yeah.
もう君のことなんて週刊誌が追いかけるほどの価値はない。
なら、なんでこんな場所に？
個人的趣味と言えばいいかな。
そんなことに俺が付き合うと思ってるんですか？
さあね。あの事件って何だったんだろうな。なんであんな馬鹿げたことになったんだろう。
それを取材するのがあんたの仕事だろう。
Oh my god, that's
そう
hilarious.
そう、それが俺の仕事。
でも、その仕事は終わったんじゃなかったのか。
He finished the job and yet he doesn't know why it turned into such an insane situation.
ああ、俺にとってはさ、趣味も仕事の延長上だからさ。まあそれはいいんだよ。
勝手な。
思うんだけどさ、なんであんな茶番劇に付き合った連中がいたんだろうね。
Well, that's the power of delusions and a false sense of happiness. And if anything, that is the power of the beliefs that Kotomi held. Because they totally resonated with deluded Takuji, and that's all it took for this to begin.
あんな茶番劇、普通なら付き合わないだろう。
It's only the suicides that caused that to happen.
何が世界の終わりだ。だいたい世界が終わるから先に死ぬっていうのも意味がわからない。
死ぬんじゃないでしょ。彼ら的には
Yeah.
空に帰れだったわけだし。
そういえばさ、あの集団自殺、かなりの数で北高の生徒でない人間が混じっていたんだよね。
Yeah, totally.
北高の OB ですらないような本当に関係ない人間もかなりの数混じってたんだって。
That's interesting.
集団ヒステリー、そうほとんどの週刊誌や新聞では書かれていた。でもさ、なんでそんなんなら北高と関係ない人間まで死んだんだろうな。集団であるから起こるヒステリーだろ。全然関係ないバラバラな場所にいた人間も集まってきたんだぜ、あの場所に。
よくわからないけど、そういうのも含めての集団ヒステリーというんじゃ。
さあね、それをそう呼ぶのかもしれないけど、それって何の説明になるのかね。
I think it does. Because it shows why this incident turned into something that was so ridiculous. Now you've just got to realise what the cause of the group hysteria was.
北高と関係ない人間はあの裏掲示板にすら登録してなかったらしいよ。
Well, then again. Well, it's word of mouth, I'd assume. People telling their friends about their new revelation and the friends looking into what it is, and obviously them potentially getting drugged and not being able to come out. Drugs are a real preventer for people to see through this. Drugs are the worst.
どういう経緯で集まったかわからないけど、それぞれがそれぞれ別々の方法であそこに集まったらしい。
なんか噂だとセックスができるらしいって集まった人間もいたらしいけどな。
Gods.
そうそう。でもさ、セックスと自分の死を天秤にかけても参加とかすごくない？
Yeah, Nishimura.
まあそうですね。
Yeah, seriously.
でもさ、ずっとさネットやってるとなんかそういうのも不思議じゃなくなってくるんだよね。
Oh, it must be a properly interesting rabbit hole to go down.
セックスするために死ぬのが？
Well, because of how degenerative people posting on forums can be.
いやそれもまあそうだけど、なんていうか違くてさ。
Yeah, to any normal person.
なんていうか、これってごくありふれた風景なんじゃないかってそう思えてしまうんだよ。
ごくありふれた風景？
うん。今回みたいなのはさ、ごく自然に起きてもいいようなそんな錯覚に陥るんだよ。
いや、こんな事件がそんな自然に起きても。
もちろんさ、本当に起こるわけじゃないんだよ。でもなんていうかたまにあるんだよな。
たまにある？
隣国からミサイルが飛んでくるって噂が出たりさ、新型ウイルスが世界的に猛威を振るうって言われたり、大型の災害が予言されたりするたびにさ、何度も見るんだよ。
何？
やっと来たかって言葉。
やっと来た。
そういえばさ、希望は戦争なんてこと言って一躍有名になったフリーターもいたな。戦争が起きれば今の閉鎖的な状況だけは変わる。だから戦争が起きればいい。
I can totally see that. Yeah.
まあそれはそれで合理的な考えだよな。でもさ、そうじゃないんだよ。そういう災害の予測が立つたびにこういう言葉が聞かれる。
死にたいのであれば勝手に死ねばいい。
Yeah, what is the point of bringing loads of people with you?
ああ、いや本当にそうなんだよ。そりゃそうだ。死にたいなら死ねばいい。なんでいちいち災害まで待って死ななきゃいけないんだってね。そうだよな。でもさ、なんかあるたびに自分はやっと死ねるって
That's
さ、
really interesting.
言葉をネットで見るんだよ。世界の終わりってほどじゃなくてもいい。 ただ大規模な災害、それだけでいい。そんなものでもやっと終われるってさ。なんで彼らは終わる理由を欲しがるんだろう。
理由。
そう、死ぬための理由。
なるほど。それでジャーナリストとしては何が言いたいのですか？時代の閉塞感こそが今回の事件を生み出したとでも言いたいのですか？
お、それいいね。時代の閉塞感、若者に広がる閉塞感こそこの事件の本質であるってね。友実くん才能あるね。ライターでも始める？記者は無理だけどライターの仕事なら空いてるんだよ。
本当に何しに来たんですか、あんた。
時代の閉塞感か。まあこの国はいつからかそんな空気に支配されてるよな。この街並み、ここってさ、昔はニュータウンって言われてたんだぜ。俺が生まれる前だ。本当に大昔に作られた新しい街。俺たちが知る前からある新しい街。俺たちが生まれる前から溢れている新しいもの。新しさだけの世界。すべてが新しく、そして完成された世界。
一つだけ言っていいですか？大昔から閉塞感を感じてる人間なんていくらでもいたんじゃないですか。
No, no, totally. It has gone on throughout the entirety of history.
別に今の時代だけじゃない。
Yeah, totally.
いつだって。
お、それならこれはどうだ？悠々たるかな天井、寥々たるかな古今。五尺の小句を持ってこ
Saying
の
that's
代
the
を
title
語ら
for the
むと
news report or the journalist article?
ホレー書の哲学、ついに何らのオーソリチーを値するものぞ。
Alright, so this person is a timekeeper. Person who understands time.
「万有の真相はただ一言にして尽くす」「いわく不可解」「我この恨みを抱いて反問ついに死を決するに至る」「すでに眼頭に立つに及んで胸中何らの不安あるなし」「初めて知る大なる悲観は大なる楽観に一致するを」
藤村水ですか。
お、さすが友実くん、学があるね。そう、 今のは幻冬の勘だよ。
よく知りませんけど、明治時代に華厳の滝で自殺した旧制一行の学生の遺書ですよね。
What that?
そうそう。
あれも後追い自殺が多発したと言いますね。
そういうことだよ。君の言う通り、そんな人生の閉塞感はいつの時代だってある。自らの人生がこの宇宙の中で、この世界の中では何ら価値がない。
I just find it really interesting, all of this. Yeah, and it's just really interesting to think about the fact that a lot of the people that probably went to the basement just so that Takuji, just so that they could return to the sky and have a reason to die. A lot of these people, let's be honest, they're probably very messed up people, or they're just people that have some sort of problem that they have no way of really doing anything about. So as a result of that, they just think, what's the easiest solution to it? What's on offer right now? Death. And then they do it, and that's the thing, things like these are such traps, just because of the fact that that can happen. Well, I mean, given the circumstances, I agree. I think it just takes advantage of human nature, and that's why so many people from so many different backgrounds and schools were able to join this. It is interesting what people will do when oppression happens. Yeah, that is interesting. But will it change it for the better or worse? And that's where I think that logic fails. But the only thing is, death is a thing that is very, very hard for somebody to process, especially if they want to have death happen to them. So if they have something that's really, really easy for them to process and look into and just gain information from, if it's easily accepted by those around them, of course they will do it. I suppose that's just another implication of death being tabooed. But if anything, I think this is a good implication, because if it wasn't so taboo, more people would suicide. Yeah, because I suppose without the progressive society and without people feeling that, well, they're inferior in a way, and that they are less than what they should be, something like this wouldn't have happened, I suppose. Because people would have felt included and happy and treated well by society. But society is not necessarily the only cause. It's home lives as well, and everything around personal circles of people. Tomo-san becoming a writer. I mean, he'd do an incredibly good job. He's an amazing human being. He really is. He'd excel at anything he does, if I'm going to be honest. That's what I think. God, this webcam fucking pisses me off. Oh, and now I need to move it back again because I'm an idiot. No. I suppose it just shows the inevitable aging of society. And just how much society changes while cities like these change. This is so cheesy. Oh wait, no, hang on a second. No, No, wait. Oh god, no. I misinterpreted that. I forgot that this is part of the poem. I thought this was a newspaper title that he was going to have. Nah. everything will return to being meaninglessness, to being in a state of meaninglessness. Yeah, that's interesting. And it is interesting that the truth is being sought in a world full of lies, and fire is really intensive about finding the said truth. But the only thing is, obviously, I suppose maybe it's the hopelessness in not being able to find the truth that has resulted in him having the potential to, I don't know, suicide? And seeking the final rest.
今の時代に限ったことではないさ。
Yeah, that's interesting. I suppose you look with hope for your final rest, while you see hopelessness or society being made and developed all around you. That's how I'll interpret that, I think. It's a complete protest against society in a way. All done for the motive of a final rest. Then
だからどうなる？今の時代に限ったことではない。今だけではない。でも我々はその他ならぬ今を生きている。
So that's why he was talking about everything getting increasingly newer. Yeah.
我々は藤村美咲、夏目漱石やら尾崎豊斎やらが生きていた時代に生きているわけじゃない。我々の苦痛は今そこにある我々の苦痛だ。誰か遠くの苦痛ではない。
Yeah, totally.
今感じている痛み、それは誰のものでもない。 だからこそ大事なんだ。
Yeah, that's interesting.
大丈夫ですか木村さん。なんかマミやタクジにかぶれたんじゃないですか。
ああ、いやいや。い
That's
や、
hilarious.
なんか少し熱が入っちゃったな。
He's saying some very odd things, but it does kind of make sense. It's just a bit odd. Sometimes things don't really connect. You can obviously use past examples of suffering to just understand human beings more and realise, because even though we are suffering, even though suffering is present today, there will be suffering that's present in a lot of emotions that were there in times that, for example, Kimada is mentioning here. But obviously they're going to be in different scenarios, but emotions will still be the same and they won't ever change. So I suppose you can look at past examples in order to help understand the present, but obviously the situations and the causes, they may be completely different because of the fact that society has changed. I think that's the link he was trying to make, actually. Society has changed, so the reasons and just in general the nature of suffering has changed as a result of that. Yeah. Oh, Tomo-san is a great example.
ですか。まあ、正直くだらない議論だと思います。
あら、
Interesting.
大体我々って自分の痛みとか言ってるのに、
Oh yeah,
主
yeah,
語が
good
めちゃ
point.
くちゃじゃ
Yeah.
ないですか。
Yeah, yeah. Good thing for a journalist to have. Journalists being corrected on basic linguistic usage.
あらら、ごもっとも。
でもその気持ちはわかります。
It's interesting that something like this, it decreases the weight of the argument. Just because of the fact that he's not talking properly. But I understand that feeling.
他の誰の痛みでもないと言いたくなるその気持ちは。
The exact reason and the exact way you perceive your pain, it's always yours. But at the same time, with people have gone through similar experiences to you, like always. There's always somebody you can relate to. Oh, it must be beautiful. I like the background, I like the colour scheme. It's very unusual with this as well, this really, really sudden piece of darkness. It makes for a big contrast in the sky. I like it.
所詮は行き着く先は私の存在意義に尽きるということか。
存在意義。
人生ってなんだろうってことだよ。
は
人生の意味。まあ思春期の延長上の悩み、誰もがそう思いながら、そう信じながらも、
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
誰も
totally.
答えることができない究極の問い。それに取り憑かれているだけか。
Yeah, yeah, because it's totally... Truth is totally crafted upon one's interpretation.
そんなものでしょうか。
そんなもんじゃないの？まあ多かれ少なかれ 分量の問題はあるだろうけどさ。
Oh, yeah.
人間
Yeah.
無力感を感じた時には誰だって一度ぐらいは自分の存在意義に疑問を持つだろう。私に、僕に、俺に、人間に
He does have a
存在
really
意義
good
なんて
point.
果たしてあるのだろうか。我々の存在に意味があるのだろうかってね。
Kimura is just the person. You get in a conversation with him, and then you're there the next hour. This guy never stops talking. Can I just mention that? Well, and then again, it's funny to think about the fact that what the nature of life is something that's completely up to interpretation, and so is the meaning of the life that was the meaning of the life that has been created through people's interpretation of what the nature of life is. Hmm.
なるほど。
最後はそこに行き着くさ。金があろうとなかろうと。まあ
Yeah,
金はあった方がいいけどね。
yeah, reasonable.
いつでも人は何かしらの存在意義の不安に苛まれている。我々が何であるかという疑問。ドゥブドンヌクソムヌウアロンヌ。
What?
我々はどこから来たのか。我々は何者か。我々はどこへ行くのか。
そう、フランスの画家ポール・ゴーギャンが自殺する直前に名付けた遺作の題名だ。
Classic works Takuji does. Sorry, Tomosana, even. God. Yeah, but that's just an example of a person who is incredibly talented, but at the same time has no idea where they come from, what people are, and what is going to happen in the future. Maybe that's why he's suicidal. But it does totally make sense. There are some things that I think are just better not to think about, and these are some because you will never be able to get to an answer, and the chances if you find an answer, it might be something that's
正しく
harmful
は
to think.
自殺未遂ですけどね。
Yeah.
そうだね。月という夢、6ペンスという現実。我々はどこから来てどこへ行くんだろうな。
Yeah, I like that. How can you tell what is a dream and what is reality?
ゆりかごから墓場までじゃないんですか？
Yeah, fair enough.
なんだよそりゃ。福祉の対象内となるのが人生かよ。
Yeah.
だいたいそんなもんでしょ。
Yeah,
人生なんて。
totally. Live happily.
そうかもな。
Command inscribed into every being.
そういうものかもしれない。俺たち特に
Oh, fuck.
全てが出来上がっちゃった後の世界に生まれた俺たちにとってはさ、ある意味酷な話じゃないか。
Yeah, because I suppose if you don't have the object of life focused on improving yourself and your life, then you do wonder, where are you going? What are you doing with yourself? You know, you have to constantly have a reason to live in order to be able to live. But the only thing is, it's interesting that if you don't live, things like these are just contemplated more, because obviously people see less meaning in their life if they want to do something like that, i.e. suicide. Yeah.
今度は世代間批判ですか？
Yeah, I like that. Everything has been manufactured and set up for us, but at the same time there are still so many problems, and there's so much of a need for people to improve their lives, which obviously is something that, well, no matter how many goods that are manufactured, people will never be able to fully conquer. So for example, electronics, like really stimulating apps where you scroll, for example, they're just created for boredom relief, and that's obviously how they get loads of money. But the only thing is they harm people's brains so much. So while people are being happier, and while they are doing what they feel would improve their lives, they're destroying their brains at the same time. Or at least, I've heard that scrolling is really bad for you. I don't actually know if it is, but that's just based on the assumption that it is. But with new ways of improving yourself, there are also new ways of destruction. And like Kotomi, for example.
そうなっちゃうな。そう聞こえても仕方がないよね。
Yeah, no matter what happens, no matter how the world changes, human beings' intents will never change. How long have we been walking? Wow. That's so beautiful.
ジグソーパズル
This is a
No
cool
piece on me.
CG.
意味はあるんでしょうか？
Kimura is so... Oh my god, his beard. I've never seen that. Like that. Also, what the fuck? Kimura is so much thinner than I thought he was. I mean, obviously, Tomo-san, he just looks like a stick insect. With a giraffe neck, obviously. But still. Okay, I'm sorry, but Tomo-san genuinely has... Dude, I just find it so wrong that I'm looking at this person and saying Tomo-san, but he has a giraffe neck. I'm sorry. But he has a giraffe neck. Also, these power lines, they look beautiful. This game can draw power lines well. I love Lane, so I love power lines. I think Lane is really good, and I heard one person just say that Subarashiki Hibi is really similar to Lane just in its cryptic storytelling, and there's a lot of other factors that you can think are similar, but that, especially the storytelling, is really interesting. How the shows relate. I mean, I do prefer Subarashiki Hibi, but I think Lane's told. It's told really quite interestingly. If I'm going to be honest, I wish Lane was a visual novel. I think it'd do so well as a visual novel. Because I think the anime, while it is really good, I just think... The reason why I love visual novels that are really hard to understand is you can so easily go at a slow pace, but if it's an anime-only thing, it's really hard to, just because there's a set pace that the directors force you to watch the anime at. And it's harder to pause and think and theorize. It's easier with visual novels, and that's kind of why I like reading complicated visual novels way more than anything, than any other medium, really. Well, yeah, because they connect to form one big piece.
はあなんだそれ。
ジグソーパズルのピースはその一辺では何ら意味がない。ただ一つ、そこにあるだけでは全く無意味な存在だ。木村さんの言い方なら、人間はジグソーパズルの一辺に等しい存在だ。
ジグソーパズルの一辺に等しい存在。
そう。そこにはまる場所がなければ、自分に合う場所がなければ、その一辺には意味がない。
Yeah, I like that, yeah. But I disagree, actually. What if, for example, you really belong at home, but you don't belong at school? Oh, like a certain somebody who is reading this visual novel at the moment. You could have a jigsaw puzzle piece. You could have a jigsaw puzzle piece filled in at home, but at the same time not at school. I think you have multiple pieces. If anything, you have multiple pieces with multiple puzzles, and a puzzle represents one individual part of life, and all of those kind of combine to give somebody's overall feelings. Obviously, if somebody has more puzzles that can be filled, then they fit in more places. If they have fewer, then the opposite. Because... But then again, I mean, I suppose you could also think it like this. I just think it's a bit more accurate to split it up and break the jigsaw pieces down into just elements that people can feel they either fit into or don't fit into. Yeah.
たった一つのジグソーパズル。たった一辺のいびつな
Yeah,
形
well,
の
that's
かけら。
brutal way of putting it.
どこかにはまらなければただの無意味で醜悪な存在。
それが
でも人
It's
生って
brutal.
ジグソーパズルの一辺なんでしょうかね。
I think it's equal to multiple.
我々はパズルの一辺なんでしょうか。パズルの一辺ってその外側があるからハマる場所があるんですよね。
外側があるから。
そう。外枠があるからこそピースはうまくその場所にはまる。
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, yeah, I know where this is going.
外枠。
そう。外枠。極論。俺の。そしてあんたの世界の外側ってどこにあるんですかね。
The outside edges.
俺の世界の外側。
そうそう。あんたの世界がハマるべき世界ってどこにあるんですか。俺の世界がハマるべき場所。まるでジグソーパズルの一辺のようにハマる場所。そんなもっと大きな世界なんて本当にあるんですか。俺はね、思うんですよ。俺たちに外側なんてない。俺の世界に外側なんてない。この世界、あんたも、そしてこの顔も、あの太陽も、そしてこの真っ赤な空も。外側でも何でもなく全部が世界でしかないってね。全部俺の世界でしかないってね。
それって独画論かい？
Yeah, it sounds like that.
世界が自分の脳みそだけ、自分の存在そのものが世界だっていう。
さあね、そういうものかどうかは知らないさ。
That's really interesting. So he's saying that. Well, yeah, no, it does totally make sense. I thought this was. I misinterpreted where this was going to be going. I thought puzzle pieces are based on the outside, but the only thing is we human beings are different because how we fit into a place entirely depends on our inside. But then again, in some places it doesn't. So even that analogy was a bit flawed.
俺は別に世界に俺一人だなんて感じちゃいない。間違いなく目の前にいるあんたはいるし、もっと言えばあんたらにとっては存在してなかった水上由紀やら若月鏡やら司やらだって存在していた。
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, reasonable.
でもさ、
Yeah.
それでも俺の世界は俺の世界の限界でしかない。俺は俺の世界の限界しか知らない。
Yeah,
知ることができない。
that's fair.
だから俺は俺でしかない。一つの肉体を何人もで共有してた俺が言うのもなんだけど、いや、だからこそ俺は俺でしかありえないと思える。
Hmm.
「俺はこの腕でもこの足でもこの心臓でもこの肉体でも脳でもない。当然俺はこの道でもこの川でもこの空でもない。俺は俺だ。
But how do you define that? What? A set of personality and memories? What are you? You aren't your brain, and yet you are yourself. So I suppose you are the result of your brain, surely?
そして俺の世界が世界であり、それに外側なんてありはしない。
So I suppose it's rather just worlds clashing than puzzle pieces being able to happen, and whether people's worldviews are compatible with one another.
だから意味なんていらない。俺の世界に付け加えなければならない言葉なんてない。世界はジグゾーパズルの一辺なんかじゃないんだからな。だって俺たちの世界はこんなに広い、永遠の広がりを見せている。時も空間も全てが
Totally.
時も空間も。
僕たちの頭の中ってどのくらい？僕たちの頭はこの空よりも
Mentions
広い。
this, isn't that interesting? I suppose the meaning of his world is the fact that he is himself, and his world is what the world is. Reality entirely created because of the interior of himself. So that's why, and he takes meaning in that, so he doesn't need meaning in anything else. That's so interesting. It really is unusual.
ほら、二つを並べてごらん。僕たちの頭は空をやすやすと入れてしまう。そしてあなたまでも僕たちの頭は海よりも深い。ほら、二つの青と青を重ねてごらん。僕たちの頭は海を吸い取ってしまう。スポンジがバケツの水をすくうように、僕たちの頭はちょうど神様と同じ重さ。ほら、二つを正確に測ってごらん。違うとすれば、それは言葉と音の違いほどでね。
それは？
エミリー・ディキンソンですよ。
ああ、ディキンスンか。アメリカの詩人だ。君はその年齢でよくそんな詩人なんて知ってる
He
ね。
really does. If anything, I think they're very similar in terms of their interests.
人生の意味なんて問う必要はない。人生が不可解であると戸惑う必要はない。この世界も、この宇宙も、この空、この川、
Yeah, and nobody does.
この道、
Yeah, yeah.
そのすべての不可解さに戸惑う必要なんてない。人が生きるということは、それ自体をも飲み込んでしまう広さだから。それは神と同じ大きさ、神と同じ重さ。それは美しい旋律と美しい言葉。
Yeah. That does make sense.
語るね。君も結構語るじゃない。
Oh, totally.
なんだよなんだよ。すっごくクール系で何にも熱くならないような素振りしてさ。
そんな素振りした記憶はない。
He's just saying his
な
mind.
んだよなんだよ。恥ずかしがるなよ。
Oh, he's not tough. Well, I mean, he's tough mentally because he's very intellectual, I suppose, and he just has it naturally. And he uses philosophy in order to explain what. Well, he uses philosophy in order to change his perspective on what life truly is. But yeah, he's not being tough.
うるさい。
He's just speaking his mind, man.
なるほど。でも面白かったよ。僕たちに外側なんてない。なるほどね。確かにそんなものがあったとしたら、それはまた我々の知る世界にしか過ぎない。そうだな。もしかしたらいつからか僕たちはありもしない外側、見えもしない風景を見ようとしてたのかもしれない。
I like that, yeah. Think about Kotomi.
ありもしない風景。
そうだ。彼岸、彼方、外側の世界、神々の世界。まあ何でもいいや。そういった全てのもの。 また外側の世界、神々の世界、まあ何でもいいや。
Yeah, I
そうい
like
っ
that.
た全てのもの。
We always dream of an exterior world and we use hope, if anything, from the command to live happily in order to shape our interior world. And that can either be very positive or very, very negative. It just depends on what the nature of the exterior world that people hope for so readily is.
「だから絶望する。人生の意味に、世界の意味に、自分の意味に。
I see that. Yeah, because they look at the exterior world and then they think, oh, I could be so much better than what I am. My life could be so much better than what it is. But no. Because, sure, I think looking into exterior worlds, if you use this analogy, it is something that is really healthy for you, because if you don't look into it and if you don't have hope to keep existing, then there's no meaning or drive that's going to propel you forward. But the only thing is, at the same time, if you have too much of this, if you look too much at the exterior world without hoping, without feeling positivity towards the interior world, you're going to crumble.
絶望というのはありもしない風景を見ることなのかもしれない。
I love that, yeah.
ありもしない風景を見ることね。
そうだよ。ありもしない風景の先で我々の言葉は絡まってごちゃごちゃになって説明不能になってただ立ち尽くす。
Kotomi.
そう考えれば
That relates to her so
ありも
much.
しない外側を見つめるこ
That
と、
last line.
絶望を感じることっていうのは片思いなんだな。
Yeah, it is in a
は
way.
絶望が片思いなんだそりゃ。
なんで人はありもしない外側を見つめようとするんだい？ そりゃ憧れだからだ。
Yeah.
人は憧れがあるから外に向かう。誰もいないかもしれない。何もないかもしれない。いや、それどころか最初からないかもしれない外に向かう。
Yeah, but you still hope because there might be a higher chance of it happening if you do.
それはなんでだ？
はあ、それが憧れか。
そうだよ。絶望は憧れさ。
Yeah, yeah, I totally
そ
see
して
that.
それは片思いに似ている。
I think unrequited love is just a type of longing that could happen.
はあ、全然そう思わないけど。
そう？ そんなことないと思うぜ。
Everybody does in a way, it's just we don't really think about it like this normally.
絶望は憧れ、そしてそれは片思いか。なんか童貞野郎に全員死ねって言ってるみたいだ。
God, Takuji, Tomo-sano really doesn't agree with this. Wow. It's interesting that when people try to explain life through meanings of things that aren't philosophical, he just totally doesn't care.
ん
なんだよ。
あれ
なんだその含み笑いは。
ゆうきくんは童貞じゃなかったのかな。
Actually, yeah, I mean, sure.
そんなこと。
Doesn't decrease what he's saying. It's not relevant.
俺はね、こう見えて君の近辺をかなり洗ったんだよ。君はいろいろと悪い噂ばかりあったみたいだけど、でも実際は女性経験はないはず。
何調べてるんだお前。
だってそういうのが仕事だもん。
What, Minakami Yuki? And if Zakudo's corpse was not a delusion, I mean it was when obviously Kagami and Tsukasa and he saw, or Takuji saw Kagami and Tsukasa and Ayama, and obviously he stabs himself. I suppose in that scene, sure, it was a delusion, but I never know about the first scene where he hallucinated Riruru to be present. It's impressive he admits it.
法律上は結婚は許されてないからね。倫理上もだけどさ。
君ら、お前何
？What? Him and Hasaki? Or what?
別に愛に法律なんて関係ないだろう。
Yeah, it's
愛があれ
definitely
ば
the case.
罰せられたって人は愛し合うもんだ。ロミオとジュリエット。
Yeah, reasonable.
いや、それ別に近親相関の話じゃないから。
おや、やっぱり妹さん？おっと、じゃあこれで。
Oh my god. He leaves at the best time.
木村ってめえ、少し待て。
嫌だよ。君と喧嘩したら怪我するの俺だもの。
I like that.
じゃあ否認だけはするんだよ。ま、しなくてもいいんだけどね。
Make sure you wear a rubber. What does that even mean? Oh god. Yeah, I know now. Oh, you deserve to be chased after.
さてと、今日も夜からだな。
So he didn't go home, he didn't relax. He didn't even remember anything. Well, he actually remembered his shift though. Impressive. That must be so impressive. He really is extraordinary, Tomo-sana. Seriously. I think we're done. Yeah. Yeah, we are, yeah. Shit, we're gonna get all of the voice actor names. Let's see if we can find any similarities, because a lot of people voice other members. For example, Kimika, she voices, I think, Gotomi and fuck, what was that? Got Miyu, Iwata Miyu. God, he's such a good player. Oh, I saw Mia just before. What? Oh, never mind. It's only showing the main cast. There he is. He must be so proud of himself. Mine as well. It wasn't. That's a good point. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a bit weird. Does a fucking good job. I can see why this guy is definitely wanted by the master. What now? Oh, that's what's now. Well, that was an interesting ending. That really, really was. Before I go, I just want to firstly look at how this has changed. This is the last part, I'm assuming. Yeah, there we are. So now, what's different in Jabberwocky 2 is... Shit, sorry, it's Jabberwocky 1. Sorry, I'm being a bit of an idiot. The choice is different. I'm just gonna skip because I don't know if I can actually go there. And, oh, I'll be able to re-experience this chapter, it will be nice. I like doing that sometimes, just skipping and looking at everything that's going on. just so that I can get a really, really brief summary of the events. Feels a bit unbelievable that tomorrow, well, no, today is going to be the last time in which, oh my god, this scene was so funny. But this is going to be today is going to be the last time we have any official Subarashiki Hibi content left. Actually, no, we've got Knocking on Heaven's Door as well, but I think that's just fan service. Shit, should I really be showing that? Well, no, but just pray YouTube doesn't find it. Right, so there should be a new choice here. Yeah, look at that. Who cares about all of that? Interesting. Dude, this is such a fucking mess. I really need to organise this. I wish there was a way to delete saves, but you can only... It's a really simple menu.
どうでもいい。そんなこと。
Actually, you know what? I'll get context tomorrow. I want to go now. So I want to get some rest. That was a pretty interesting ending, actually. It went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But it was fun. So, I really, really enjoyed learning about Kotomi, and I think that was so interesting to get more of a perspective on her context in general. Now, I've got this amazing person in my Discord server. They've shown a lot of potential context for Kotomi. I've got to read that. I might actually read it on camera. I don't know. But just context about the religious context about Kotomi. And yeah, I might do that at the beginning of next episode. But yeah, it was interesting how this ending is a reflection of reality. All of it is reality. It's a reflection of how people respond, and obviously why Takuji's incident became so big, and obviously Kotomi as well, and looking at situations from a really different perspective, and obviously seeing Tomosane continue his life in the city rather than in the countryside, and seeing how, I suppose with Yuki it was just a special occasion we saw, but here we saw a much deeper insight into what happens daily. And yeah, I just find it really interesting that this ending, we accept Hasaki, we accept the person who is real, and we sadly don't accept Yuki, and we make her disappear. We don't give her... If anything, it's as if... So, I mean, I suppose in the other ending, the ghosts of Yuki and I suppose Hasaki, and no, Yuki and Tomosane and Hasaki, they all possessed the spirits of the dead bodies, and that's how we were able to see that ending, and it was just a complete supernatural story, really. It was nothing more than that. It was just a story. But I suppose this ending, I mean, it couldn't have possibly happened, don't get me wrong. I don't know how it actually did happen. I'd say it happened because... Actually, I don't know. I really don't know how this ending could have happened. I just want to say it's an alternate scenario where this didn't truly go on. Because it wouldn't make sense to think that this is supernatural, because of the fact that it dives into reality so much, if you ask me. So, yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see what goes on in Zui no Sora 2. I really will, and that'll be the final ending for the story, which, that will be interesting. It just feels weird that we're this far already. But, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that, and, I'll see you next time.